Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Skill Poker Master Half Price Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am back in the booth. It is myself, Action Man Dan, will be your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening. Cards are about to be in the air. We have one guy who seems to be the runaway bride here at this table, playing 80 big blinds and 37% of all the chips in play at this feature table. Hugo Del Cerro. And then Gunter is in second place with 26 bigs. Gianluca Sardella with 20 bigs. And then the rest following suit. Only one player with 10 bigs. Lupo, who we have seen on this feature table at Kings before. This looks like a really nice event. Whopping numbers. We'll get to that in just a second. This is the Skill Poker Master half price. €290 buy-in. Bird is in the house. Hello, Bird. Good evening, wherever you are tuning in from. Whether it be YouTube or Twitch. Did you miss me? Well, I'm back now. Good luck trying to get rid of me. So this was a 600k prize pool, which is unbelievable considering we had almost 2,000. Yes, that's correct. 2,000 entries in this one. And the first prize is going to be, I'll have the full breakdown of the numbers in just a few seconds, so just bear with us. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Let's go. So, first hand of the night, 90 players remaining, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, from a starting entry field size of 1,976. Incredible numbers for this one. Average stack is getting close to 25 bigs, 26 bigs at the moment there. So, still plenty of play. I do expect to see the action be fast and furious here, considering it's a €300 buy-in and it's half price. Who doesn't love a bit of half price? Gianluca in the hijack here, King Jack of Hearts. Small blind is 25k. Big blind is 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. How are you, Bird? Nice to have you with us. Lupo. And if you are a reg of this channel, you will know that Lupo is well able to play the great game of No Limit Hold'em. Although I think that actually might be a spot there. He's going to rejam for his 10 bigs. Yes, he's going to have limited amount of equity, but ace-8 suit are going to play well there, especially against late position open from the hijack of Gianluca. Now for Leonardo here in the big blind. A lot of Italianos here at this feature table to kick things off. Just wants to be rejamming this one all day, especially against a hijack open off a similar stack size. Ace Queen suited, going to be very high up in his range. The only other thing you might want to do is 3-bet call it off if you're against a super aggro player, but sub 20 bigs here. Just want to be jamming it and taking it down, and if we're called, then so be it. Now for Sardella. Okay to open this hand, but to call off nearly all of your chips here, not so much. 725 more to call. This becomes a big gamble then. Yes, we are suited. Yes, it is King Jack, but it's just not going to cut the mustard when you've got through such a large field. Serious money up for grabs as well. Just going to be forced to let this go, even though it sucks. And he does get out of there. There's nothing he can do. Next hand here, Gunter going to kick things off with a min raise with 9-8 suited. Loving these new graphics in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Such clear, vibrant colours with the red at the bottom, giving us the pot size, what hand we are on, all the blinds and antes, and what event you're watching. And in the top right-hand corner, you've got the yellow showing the field size and the average stack. It's just everything you could want. Makes my job so easy. King's production team going above and beyond once again. Gianluca now 3-betting with the Jeffries from mid position over the open of Gunter, essentially committing himself, but he's put in 350. We can see he wouldn't be folding for the 500 behind. This puts Martin in a very tough spot because Gunter is the original opener here and has been 3-bet from what is mid position, but still Martin now is ace queen offsuit, shriveling up significantly. So it is going to be a difficult enough decision here for Martin, but with just 15 bigs behind, facing an open and a 3-bet, he's just going to have to let this go. And I do have, well, he's decided he wants to go with it. It's not the end of the world, you know. It's just, I think Sardella's 3-bet with just 10 big blinds behind going to look very strong. Oh, he's going to be the nutted part of his range. And we're lucky to have a flip here for Martin's life. 1.7 million in the pot. Sardella having him covered, but just by 2 big blinds or so. And that's about as definitive as it can be. Jeffrey out there, followed by 2 3s, giving a full house to Sardella. And Martin might be kicking himself if he didn't just let his hand go. Toss the row on the turn, and Martin's line will say goodbye. 88 players will remain now, and Sardella will be playing 1.87 million. I do have the payouts here in front of me now, so thanks to Bird. Thank you for that, Bird. €75,500 for the winner of the Skill Poker Master half price. Would be a very nice one to take down this close to Christmas. Be nice to take down any time of the year, but this close to Christmas it would be even all the sweeter. So with 72nd place to 89th place, all going to receive €865. And again, of course, we have tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth will all receive those. So a lot to play for here. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Skill Poker Master half price live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Johan, my man, is in the chat. Hello, Johan. How are you, sir? Hope you are very well. Bird, did I see something that Mr. Bird won something on Twitter? Is that you, or is it a different guy? If it was you, well done. If not, why not? Get back to work. It looks like Johan won something as well. My boys, my moderators out there, showing them what's what. Go on, the lads. Orange chips are 5k. Green chips are 25k. And white chips are 100k each. That's 5, 25, 100. 85 players remaining now. see. Now, Lupo's going for this from the hijack, which is totally fine, but I also think his ace-8 suited would have played well as a rejam there a couple of hands ago. The first hand, we are only on hand 3. Seems like we've had loads of action already for some reason. Had an all in and a call already, I suppose. Okay, Luco will take down the blinds and antes, and you can see how beneficial that is to his stack, adding 125 just by taking down small blind, the big blind, and the antes. Very nice pick up there, especially when you're so short. And the next hand here, Leonardo is going to min-raise from the cut-off of Queen 10 off suit, off about 20-odd bigs to start the hand. Gunter in the small with the decision, just with 6-5 hearts here. I think he's going to have to just let this one go. But the more I look at it, it's not the end of the world to see a flop here for a reduced price. It's just, a lot of the time we'll be check jamming with a draw, or we're just going to miss completely. So he does decide to let that go. A lot of players you will see just flick that in. But off this stack depth, it just doesn't play too well. Now, Veronica Toscano in the big blind, Jack 10 off suit. Wants to see a flop for 50k more. Does commit the chips, 275 in the middle. Ace 9-7 is the flop. Veronica with a piece of it. Good shot, straight draw. Leonardo can just rep this one now with a small bet, and then Veronica's going to be in a tough spot. I think if there was one less club on the flop, we might just call, or even sometimes, I was going to say you could check jam, but not with the ace out there. So 85k is the call. Now for Veronica, I think she wants to see a turn card here at the very least. Problem is she only has a 10 of clubs, which is good because she blocks some draws. But we would want our opponent to have the 10 of clubs because that would give him a flush draw, straight draw, etc. So Veronica decides to just let that one go. And you know what? I actually think that that's not bad, but it's very disciplined from Veronica. I would say you could go either way there. If you think you're going to keep getting barreled off your hand and a club's no good on the turn, I think maybe check folding is just fine. But for 85k, I would be very tempted to see a turn. Johan says poker.nl is a Dutch amateur competition. The winner of the final gets a 2k sponsored contract. Whoa. Final of the season is next June. Next Sunday, final of the last season. I think you could become a sponsored Bridge Pro as well while you're at it, Johan. Very nice though, sir. Best of luck in the final. If you're not in, you can't win these competitions. Johan says last year he did win. Very good, very good. Very good. Steady on, old chap. Sardella raises to 115 with the pocket sevens. Now Lupo not going to be able to rejam this one. Does have ace 10, but a whole table to go behind him. Yeah, it is very strange there. At the minute, the moderators are the only ones in the chat. Well, there's 123 watching, but it's just Bird and Johan going heads up. Heads up for the Chat Pro title. May the best man win. Sardella, 115k to go with pocket sevens under the gun. Gunter with king queen suited. Gunter on the button, just wants to be calling this one, and he does do just that. Ace Jack 9 is the flop. Sardella bets 100k. Now for Gunter, with all the backdoors going on here, 455k already in the pot. I think we just want to be calling. No think about it. Does call. 555 now as we hit the turn. Turn is the jack of clubs. And now, what does Sardella want to do? It's just a really bad card to continue barreling, but it looks like he's going to turn his sevens into a bluff. Very interesting play there from Sardella. I would just be leaning towards a check fold in that situation, but decides he's going to get the job done and turn his hand into a bluff and take it down. So what do I know? Can rep a very strong hand with a double barrel there. Johan says KML busted in the main event. His aces was losing against sixes. Oh, wow. Not good. Hijack here, ace 10 of diamonds, 15 bigs and the decision. Goes for a min raise. Or no, that's not a min raise. Looked like just flicked in one chip. Just decides to shove. Sardella will let it go, and it is Leonid Homic's turn to take down the blinds and antes. Bird, it's not Alan Finn in the house tonight anyway. Alan is at his brother's wedding, I would say. He's that far removed now from this microphone. He did take over from me last Monday, which I was very grateful for. What is Action Man Dan back in the house, back by popular demand. Happy to be back in the booth for you. A lot of sevens popping off here tonight so far. Colina is going to raise from 1 to 125 from under the gun. Gunter with the jacks. He wants to be rejamming this one all day off a sub 20 big blind stack to start the hand and 83 players remaining. Gunter does eventually decide to go all in for 850k total. And that's going to be the end of this hand because Kalina is not going to call off the rest of his stack and his tournament life with just sevens with 12 bigs behind. Does eventually let it go and will be playing 12 bigs going forward, and Gunter now over $1 million once more. And Komich raises to 100k here with pocket nines from under the gun +1. Queen, Queen 10 is the flop. Lamberto with a very standard enough call pre. It's just 9-7 offsuit. Not going to play that well post flop, especially against an early position open. But when he's that short, trying to get something going, not the end of the world. Commits the chips, misses the flop, and lets it go. Ivan is in the house, says, was King's Chat and Mods. Was Ivan, nice to have you with us, buddy. Hope you're well. Lena is going to complete with 5-4 offsuit. Leonardo is going to check his option with Queen 5 of hearts. 6-4-3, 2 diamonds hits the deck. Open ender for Leonardo, but Lamberto with the best of it with a pair and an open ender. 150k in the pot. Colina is just going to bet 105. Actually is a spot where I wouldn't even care if Lamberto just decided to jam, because there's a lot of bad turn cards. Just going to bet call it off is just as good. But I would not have been surprised to see him straight up shove. Leonardo is just going to call. You see the turn. Turn is the king of spades. And Colina is now going to check. Leonardo is going to check back. I might have just shoved if I was Colina, because there's just so many bad rivers. That's why I was saying it's probably not a bad idea to just jam on the flop yourself. Colina is going to bet 155 with his trips. Not anything Leonardo can do here. He's going to be forced to let it go. Missing everything. Well, there's something I wasn't expecting to see. Decides to call him off there with Queen High. Unless I'm reading the board wrong. Very ambitious call there from Leonardo on the river. Polina getting paid pretty much the maximum considering he only had a couple of bigs behind. Nice pickup there for Polina. Very ambitious call there from Queen High. Really, really nice action happening here. The first orbit or so. You're just tuning in. You're watching the poker skill game, half price. Still going to be 75k up for grabs for the winner of this one. All happening here live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. Now I have refreshed the page. There is the sound quality up to your standards now. Always let me know. Hope that sounds much clearer for you. Nice to have you with us. We've got action here. Lovely flop here for the big blind. Push draw. Great draw. Problem is Ardella. Not much going on from here. Would prefer to see him check back on a board like this. This one going to smack at the perceived big blinds defending range more so than the opening range of the hijack. Komic is just going to put a stop to this one right here, right now, raising to 450k. Ardella just going to save a bit of face, pretend like he's got more of a decision than he does, and will eventually let it go with 78 players remaining. Average stack 1.5 million, which is just over 30 big blinds. And Colina is going to go for a min raise here from the cutoff with the 10-9 offsuit, raising to 110,000. And Leonardo with a very rejammable ace-9 offsuit there, but pretty much insta-mucks it. Let's get the job done, takes down the blinds and antes. And Leonardo is going to take down the blinds and antes from the cutoff with the ace-5 offsuit and add 125 to his stack, paying close to 1 million now. Gunter will take down the blinds and antes with the 7-6 suited. Comich min raising from the hijack with a 6 of hearts. Hugo is going to call for 75k from the small blind with just 5 high, albeit it is suited. It's going to bring Sardella in for the ride with Queen 6 of diamonds. So looks like we are going to have three-way action to the flop. 350 in the middle. Flop is King 9, 3, 2 diamonds. So, push draw for Sardella. See what way he wants to continue with this one. Hugo whipping. And the original opener is going to bet 100k, try to buy it on the King 9, 3, 2 diamond board. Sardella most likely just going to call. Certainly won't be folding. It is basically a post-flop coin flip. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. Interesting card because now Sardella has a pair and a flush draw, but it also gives Comich a nut flush draw. So does he want to continue here? Try get his opponent to fold something like a 9 or some diamonds, a mid pair? Or does he just check his option, control the size of the pot, and hope to hit a flush? Looks like he is going to go for a bet, and I think this is the right play. It looks like he's going to go for chunky-ish sizing, 400,000. Sardella calling very quickly. Oh, wow. 3 ladies now for Sardella on the river. We'll try get a third barrel out of the hijack. This pot now, stack to pot ratio is way under 1-to-1. Comich decides to give it up, knowing how bad that river is, pairing the board, the straights out there. The whole shebang, just decides to let it go, and Sardella wins a nice pot. As Bird says, finally some action. But you've got action man down here. And we had an all in the call in the second hand. So, compared to how dead and dull it could be, I think we've seen a decent amount of action over the last hour or so. 45 minutes only. But I know what you're saying, Bird. We want constant action. We always want more action. Junkies, I would say. And Leonid is all in. King Jack off suit. He's getting some support there in the chat from Pavlikio. He is all in for 685, so about 13 and a half big blinds from mid position 1. Could have elected to maybe min raise this one, decides he's had enough, wants to just steal the blinds and antes, get something going with 76 players remaining. Updated the chip counts there. Look how many Italianos we have at this feature table. 5. 3 is the magic number, but 5 will make you get down now. 5 Italianos. Lupo, the only player under 10 bigs, and then the overwhelming chip leader is Hugo out in front with 73 big blinds. And you wanted action, lads. We've got action here. Lupo all in for 420. Polina with pocket kings in the big blind. What a time to wake up with 74 players remaining here. Leonardo, the original opener. Ardella with the call. This is action packed. I've asked how many players are remaining. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. 74 players remaining from a total entry field size of 1,976. Lena making it look like he's got a huge decision here, sitting here with 2 red kings. Does eventually go for the rejam, and Ardella will have to get out of the way, and of course the ace-10 going in the muck also. It is all in and call, folks. 1 million in the pot. Lupo will not like this. Strong player remaining in the field will need help here. Just 15% equity to crack the kings of Colina. Ace-8 deuce is the flop. 2 spades. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Just a 9 and a 9 only on the river, or Lupo will be eliminated in 74th place. River is the 6 of spades. No joy, no dice for Lupo. And we will lose Lupo. That means 73 players remaining now, which also means there's a pay jump looming. Difference between 72nd and 71st place is from €865 to €995. And Leo, ace king off suit, is just going to shove for close to 15 bigs. Blinds have just gone up, by the way. Small blind is 30k, big blind 60k, with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. Ardella going to raise here to 135 from the cutoff with ace 3 off suit. Two red ladies for the lady at the table, Veronica, 525 in her stack. Just wants to be jamming this one sub 10 bigs. Does put her biscuits over the line. 525 to go. 73 players still remaining. We've got action. Lights, camera, action. Kalina in the cutoff here with ace king of clubs. Pav says it might be exciting. I think it's definitely going to be exciting because Toscano is either going to double up or be out the door. Lamberto could afford to lose this one, but I'm sure he would rather not. As for Veronica, doesn't want to lose this one at all. Either going to have 1.2 million, which is exactly 20 bigs, or she is going to exit this tournament in 73rd place. $10.75 is the flop one club. Where is the jack of clubs? And Veronica still in the lead, 69% equity as we hit the river, but Colina picking up a lot of outs. Really nice double there for the lady. Love seeing ladies go deep in these tourneys. Great for the game, great for the girls. Goes double up, and now she's got 20 bigs. New player at the table, Giuseppe. I'm going to let the Queen 6 suited go on the cutoff. Sometimes you could open that one, sometimes just let it go. Decides to let it go. Now Leonardo on the button with 10-4 apart. He's going to force to let that one go as well. Round to the small blind for Leo. Leo, King 3 of diamonds, sub 15 bigs. It's suited. We just want to jam this one. We'll shove it, and Gunter with King 8 suited. Right, this is actually really interesting for Gunter because it's close to 15 bigs. It's 14 bigs on the dot, and Gunter does have him covered, but it is a massive portion of Gunter's stack. This is a great example of how well these King 8, King 9, King 10 suiteds can play blind v blind, but it just sucks to call and be up against two random cards. This is why I think we just have to call. Gunter makes the good call. 1.7 million in this pot. There'll be a few in the chat saying, oh, you should fold there. But you see, if there's a portion of our opponent's range that we absolutely dominate, we need to be calling more than folding. Does call. Here we go. 10-8-5 is the flop, 2 hearts. Gunter sealing the deal pretty much. Leo will be sent packing in 72nd place. That means the pay jump will be reached and all players remaining are going to be guaranteed just under $1,000. Nice call from that man there. We'll win a nice pot with that king eight of spades. Leo on the cutoff, 11.5 bigs, Jack 10 off suit, all in she goes. And for Toscano, put off against big blind here. Ace-3 suited going to play very well. The problem is with the 3 kicker, she decides to just let it go. It's too much of her stack, and I understand it. Galina raises to 135 from early position. With the ace-2 suited. Gunther with a sexy 3-bet here to 335 on the button with Queen Jack suited. In general, just want to be calling there from an early position raise, but obviously he's picked up on something, trying to take initiative, and gets Toscano to fold pocket sixes. And Hugo going to be out of the way with the Jack 7, and action will be back to Lamberto. Lamberto going to be forced to let this one go. Using the blocker as an open here is fine. It's just off 20 bigs into a full table. Ambitious enough. Actually don't mind it because it's suited, but you don't want to get too carried away with them offsuit combinations, even if you have an ace in your hand. Gunter in the cutoff here, pocket eights. Sardella is going to see a flop with 9-8 off suit in the big. Ace Queen 4 is the flop. Sardella checks and Gunter going to get to take this one down with a bet. Hugo raising the 150 here with 9-6 off suit, getting jiggy with it, but he's got the chips to do so. 69 players remaining now, and Luca is going to call for an additional 90k with the ace deuce off suit. 390 in the pot as we see the flop. Flop is Queen 8-8. Hugo betting 300k. That's going to be the end of that. Luco can't continue on this paired board with just a deuce of clubs in his hand, even if he does have ace high. Just forced to let it go. Hugo still with nearly a quarter of all the chips in play at this feature table. 63 bigs. Leonardo is your shortest stack, still playing healthy enough 14 bigs. We do see a defend from Colina with the queen 8. The flop is ace 9 8. Giuseppe, ace king of diamonds. Just betting 75k. Gets called almost a $500,000 in the pot as we hit the turn. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Can someone say brick? Don't like this bet from Giuseppe. It's just way too big of a bet. Want to try get more value from some spades, a 9, or maybe even a stubborn 8. But when we do that, we just put a stop to all of it and take it down. Yes, there are going to be some bad rivers, but that is life. Giuseppe does take it down, playing just over 2 million now. Nice stack for him brewing. Hugo decides not to open there with the ace-5 offsuit. Think he should just keep opening if he's that much chips. Sardella from the hijack is going to open the deuces. Raises to 130 from that position. Just to cut off the button, the small and the big to get through. 2.2 million behind, 2 little duckies in his hand. Quack, quack. Luca looks like he wants to do something here with just 9 high. Okay, don't try this at home. Decides to call in the cutoff with 9-7 off suit. And this is crazy. I don't believe what I'm seeing. Colina is just going to use this to his advantage as a squeeze. You know what? I just said it's crazy, but it's actually a pretty good move. Lamberto Colina is all in for 760k with the Queen Jack offsuit from the button. And this is going to be a lovely pickup here because Sardella is going to be forced to fold and Luca's not going to be calling him off with just 9-7 offsuit anytime soon. Really nice pickup there for the Queen Jack. You see how much he takes down. Uncontested pre. .66 players remaining now. Average stack just shy of 30 big blinds, just shy of 1.8 million. Hugo, pocket tens. Hugo, we all go. That looks like a raise to about 175. Lamberto in the cutoff, pocket fours. Looks like he wants to set mine. It's a good chunk of his stack. Does commit the chips. Calls for 175. 995 behind. He's going to need a 4. Close but no cigar. A 5 and a deuce out there. No 3, no 4. Hugo is just going to bet. Bets on the larger side, betting 400k. And that's going to do it because Lamberto not hitting a set there. 2 overcards to his pocket fours. Lets it go. 66 pairs still remaining. Bird says that was a pretty tight fold with 4-4. Well, it's just for too much of his chips on the flop. And pre with 20 bigs, probably should just let it go for 175. It's over 10% of our stack just to hit a set. It's just not great. Jacks for Luca. Luca making it 155 to go with the Jeffries. And that's going to be enough to take that one down. Luca over 3 million now. A lot of chips at this table as well, folks. Gunter going to raise to 125 from the button. Veronica, very wide defend here from Veronica with just 9-7 off suit. It's going to bring Hugo in for the ride here with Jack 9 of clubs. King 10 deuce, 2 spades is the flop. Straight draw for Hugo. Gunter with second pair. Backdoor flush draw working for him. Backdoor straight draw also, perhaps. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. 435 in the pot. Veronica betting 135 here on the turn with just a pair of nines. Really don't like this bet from Veronica. We're betting a call, 705 in the pot. Now Veronica just has to let this go. She needs to just check fold. That 8 of diamonds completing even more straights. If she wants to turn her 9 into a bluff here, she'd have to bet pretty big. And she only has pot behind, 670 in her stack, 705 in the pot. Stack to pot ratio less than 1 to 1. Looks like she's going to go for a bet that's about a half her stack, which I don't really like. He's just going to get picked off. It's too small here, 260. Gunter showing a propensity to be one of the strongest players at this feature table. So I expect Gunter is just going to pay the woman off. 965 in the pot. We'll just round that up to a mil. 260 to bet. Just round that down to 250. He's getting 4 to 1 on his money. Only needs to be good about 1 in 5 times here to make this a profitable call. The thing is, any hand that contained a large king, like King Jack, King Queen, Ace King, even King 10 suited, all these hands should be rejamming pre, especially against Gunter opening on the button. When we check back the flop, I think we just forced to call the river here when we play our hand this way. Gunter just trying to work out how many better hands Veronica's going to have here. It is a scary enough run out, you know. He can't beat much with just a pair of tens, but he does have the ace kicker. It is second pair. There are some straight draws that miss. There are some spade draws that miss. There are some just random bluffs. Didn't expect to see Veronica turn a hand like this into a bluff, but I think if we're Gunter, we just got to pay her off. Gunter really grinding his gears, thinking this one through. Whoa. He is going to give Veronica Toscano maximum credit. The lady getting that bluff through. Very, very nice play from Veronica. I say very nice play because it worked. In general, I expect her, if she wanted a bluff like that to work, she would have to go for it all. But because she chose a smaller sizing, it made it look stronger to Gunter, and Gunter does let that one go. That's a really fun hand and a nice pickup for Veronica. Couple of comments coming in over that hand from the moderators, etc. I think we just have to pay her off on the river, and if we're beat, we're beat. We can well afford it. We're getting good odds. All the reasons I already mentioned. Not much else to say, really. There's always more to say, of course. Hugo staying active with all these chips on the button. This time 7-6 off suit, raising to 150. And for Sardella, he can call here. He could 3-bet fold here. I think both are fine as long as we're not folding. And now for Luca, this is a really nice squeeze spot. Can make it like 650 here. Something around that area. You might decide to just call, but I think this is going to play nicer as a chunky 3-bet. $650, $675, even $700. Instead, he just wants to call. Understandable, considering Hugo has so much chips. Wants to control the size of the pot. Does flop a set instead. Really nice flop from here on the King 9 deuce. Check, check, and Hugo is going to waste no time in betting 400k. Luca raises to 1.2 million. This is going to be the end of this. Hugo going to be forced to let this go. Does eventually pass. Don't really like the raise, by the way. Would much rather see him just call, chasing his opponent away. You want to get a guy like Hugo to continue barreling. Blinds are up. Small blind is 40k. Big blind is 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. Leo with ace king. Just wants to shove this one. Not sure why Hugo is taking his time here. This is unnecessary. No point in messing around here. There's no pay jump. You must think this all in is for less than it is. Yeah, I don't believe that the graphics are wrong here. I mean, they could be. I haven't been told that there is anything incorrect on this hand with 62 remaining. He's just dicking around, it seems. You got to let it go, Hugo. You've got a king and a 5, buddy. There you go. There's your answer. Didn't even know he had cards. It's only easy if you know the answers. I was thinking he wasn't thinking that long on purpose. It just seemed like chirpy chips. Sometimes our mind wanders at the wrong times, and that makes a lot of sense now. Let's give the man a break. It's been a long day. Decision fatigue sets in. These guys playing through a field of 1,976 entries. You gotta let kids skateboard. You gotta break a few eggs if you want to make an omelette. Leo will take down the blinds and antes. Six Italianos at this table. Incredible. Luca, the chip leader, now overtakes Hugo by a few bigs. Not much in it though. Then Gunter in third place. Big Red says, wow, this is a live broadcast. It's as live can be on a 30-minute delay. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Nice to have you with us on this Sunday night. 62 players remaining. Average stack creeping towards 2 million, which is good for over 25 bigs. Yeah, we're going to get to that comment that Bird just made in a second because it's really well put, and it was something I was actually about to say myself, Bird, so fair play to you. Veronica raises to 170k with ace queen off suit, and now Hugo in the hijack. Hugo, we all go. What's he doing? Hugo does decide to call 540 in the pot. 9-7 deuce is the flop. 2 spades. Not a good board for Veronica, but she still wants to bet something small here to try to take it away from her opponent. Going to be tough for Hugo to continue in a hand, even if he's got the king of spades. Does have some backdoors though. If she bets really small and I'm Hugo, I think I'm just going to peel and see a turn. Veronica goes for 210. Hugo decides to just let it go. Understandable. Veronica takes that one down. Bird has a very good comment here. He says, guys, these are mostly amateur players sitting on a TV table for the first time and playing for the biggest cash in their whole life. If you want to watch pro players playing the same ridiculous buy-ins, mostly staked over and over again, there are lots of replays everywhere. Take a bow, Bird. Very well said, sir. Yes, this is the Skill Poker Master. Half price. It's a €290 buy-in with nearly 2,000 entries, with nearly 75k up top, and the top 6 all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. It's phenomenal money that these players are playing for. A lot of them will not be anyway remotely a professional. This is purely recreational for them, and that is why we're growing the game, and it makes it so much fun to commentate on, to watch from home, and let alone be sitting in that seat with the opportunity to play for that kind of money this close to Christmas. Fat Star Lord is in the house. I'm thinking, yeah, we don't really want to. I wanted to get some Action Man Dan emotes or whatever, but I don't want to spam the chat. I love when you put comments in like that and I can see them straight away. But I hope you're well, Fat Star Lord. 59 players remaining now. Average stack just over 2 million. Sardella in the hijack. Pocket Deuce is raising to 175. All the way around to Leonardo with King 7 of Hearts. Leo is going to call. We see a flop, but the flop is Jack 4-4, 470 in the pot. Leonardo just with 635 behind. Sardella just need to bet big here. Talk bet something like 125. Goes for 125, and I don't think Leonardo is going to be able to continue when he only has 10. Less than 10 big blinds behind, just 635 in his stack. Yes, if you like what you see and you're just tuning in, you're watching all of this action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We're on all the usual social media platforms. We've got great new content on our YouTube channel. Some brilliant new videos every week. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe on there, or a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're sick of pesky ads on Twitch. We're on all the other usual social media platforms such as Instagram, Twitter. We even have a TikTok channel, King's Resort Official, on there. Hugo bets 200k here on the ace king 5. Luca is going to check raise, it seems, raise to 475. Sorry, he's not check raising, he's just raising. In position. Don't like this from Luca at all. Just call. Unless you think you're going to get additional value. Still think if you were to try to get additional value, you're better off just calling, let your opponent barrel. We've got top pair, we've got a good kicker. All that we do is get rid of a king a lot of the time, or even some draws. And for those reasons, I would way prefer to just call in position in the hijack if we were sitting in Luca's shoes. Hugo is going to take his time here. Does eventually let it go. Luca, once again, getting out of line. Does have the chips to do it with, but I would be trying this one at home with just 9-5 off suit. Leo all in for 595. And Gunter is in the big blind with ace jack, facing an open up to 165 and a jam. Just going to be forced to let this one go with 58 remaining. And what's perceived to be a raise that's committing himself to Leo. I mean, 9-5 isn't even that bad of a call here for 400k more. I think you nearly have to. Well, he just decides to let it go, even though it's only 5 big blinds more. Any more there, you could just let it go. Any less, we just have to snap. I think if I bet 165, I don't want to let the table know that I'm willing to raise fold to 5 big blind stack. 5 big blinds more of a jam. So I'm just going to get stubborn there and call. It's actually pretty interesting because the flip side of that is you give away the information that you're raising with a hand as weak as 9-5 offsuit. But the flip side of that is you want to make sure that people know they can't just rejam that wide because you are willing to call them. So I would rather go on that side of things than just fold there. If the table knows I'm willing to open very wide, then so be it. Come at me, bro. AC Milan on the button with kings, 2 red, fellas. So Gunter is deciding to squeeze here, or he's 3-betting, never mind squeeze, to 550 from the small. And Milan is just deciding whether he wants to call or put it in. So Gunter snap folding, Milan deciding he needs to jam. Nice pick up there for the Kings, obviously looking to get the lot, but we'll have to be content with taking that one down pre. Giuseppe raising to 160 here with ace jack of diamonds. And Hugo in the big blind. Hugo, we all go. Calls for 80k more. 440 in the pot as we see the flop. Mid position 1 against the big blind. Flop is King 9 deuce. 1 diamond. Could have some action here because... No, don't just lead, Hugo. Hugo is just going to lead here. Don't recommend doing this. There's no reason to protect. You want to get value from your opponent's bluffs. Instead, Giuseppe is just going to get out of the way and Hugo will win the absolute bare minimum. Ace King deuce is the flop. These blind v blind battles. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Bird is going to bed. Well, fly away, Bird. Thanks a million for joining. Loved some of your comments tonight. And this is really interesting stuff. Hugo deciding to try buy the pot here on the turn. And Sardella laughing at him and raising. Sexy play there from Sardella. .54 players remaining now. Milan min raising. Luca will check his option here. It goes check, check. Turn goes check, check. River is the 7 of clubs. Straight for Milan. Luca just needs to not do anything silly here on the river. No reason to get excited with 5 high. Yes, you're going to lose almost all the time if you check, but there are just too many hands that are going to call once the flop and turn has gone check, check this way. And Milan is just going to have to decide how much he wants to raise to, if he is going to raise. There is a name I recognize in the chat. Hi, my name is Slim Donkey. What up, the Yankee? That's a raise to 465. Well, you're the one who's a donkey. You tell me how it's hanging. Long and hairy and hard to carry. Oh, very good. Nice to have you with us on this Sunday night. Something like that, Slim Donkey. Something like that. I don't know what Luca's doing here. This is crazy. Luca deciding to try get him off a straight there. Or something to that effect. 3-betting to 1.265 million, but we can see it did not work. Milan snapping him off, wins a really nice pot and up to 4.4 million. Donkey says, who's meeting him in Prague in a couple of weeks? I've done my trip over that side of the world for this year, I think. So it won't be me. Luca losing a chunk of chips in that last hand, by the way. Very, very unnecessary. Donkey asks, where am I located? I'm located in my bedroom, my office, at the tail end of having bronchitis, somewhere in the Midlands of Ireland. No further questions, Your Honour. In my mom's basement. I'm more. I'd say I'm closer to the attic than her basement, but yes, I am. Both my parents aren't well, so I am living at home with them. If you want to know the truth. I saved the basement for things like boxing and kettlebells. The attic now is where it all goes down. I'll put it to you this way, Donkey. We won't be getting my mother on the mic anytime soon there now, because she'll probably forget what the game is. Or forget whose name, or forget her own name, never mind anyone else's. Anyway, moving on. Gunter Vin raising there. Ace Queen off suit. You don't need my mom on the mic. You're not getting my mom on the mic. She's in bed. She's fucking. You don't want to hear what she used to say. She'll blast you out of it. I didn't lick it from the stones. I also have dogs I have to look after as well. One of them is 15. She's 15, so she hasn't got long left. And then we've a puppy then as well. So it's funny. A mixed bag of carrots around the Midlands of Ireland in this gaff anyway. Ace 9-4 is the flop. Gunter with top pair, queen kicker. Luca is going to bet 130. Now, you see what could happen, Luca, after losing that huge hand. He lost a big chunk of his stack. He could just start getting very out of line, trying to get chips back. This is what happens. The psychology behind it is, I need to get my chips back. But the real psychology side of it is that you just need to remain composed, that you lost a chunk of your chips attempting a bluff that did not work. You don't just start firing again, trying to get those chips back. I wouldn't even say usually, almost never works out well. Luca does seem to give up. 780 in the pot. 10 of clubs hits the river. Luca going for a bet of 325 and getting snapped off by Gunter. Wrong man to be bluffing. Loses more chips. And he's took a nosedive in the last few hands with having a massive chip stack and losing about half of it now. Oh dear. 52 players remaining now, and we will have a short break of 10 minutes in about 2 or 3 hands' time. Hope you've enjoyed the first frame. I know I certainly have. We've had a lot of interest in action. Some funky bluffs, to say the least. And Giuseppe raising to 190k, but it's ill timing because Leonardo sitting there with the kings at kings, 110k more for him to call. Just wants to call this one, doesn't need to rejam. It's very unlikely Giuseppe is just going to raise call here for his tournament life pretty much. Don't. The jig is up if you rejam here. Just call. 350 in the pot, 110 to call. Smooth call it off. See what the flop brings. Give your opponent some rope. No, he just can't handle it. Has to rejam. He's going to lose his customer. As Johan says, but he didn't lose the hand. No, fair enough. Sometimes you want to shove there as well because it's like, oh, well, he's put in 190. It's only 690 more, but it's a hell of a lot easier when we can see the cards at home. It's just for kings, blind be blind, small raise into you. Just want a smooth call. If an ace comes out, we'd reevaluate. We won't be going anywhere to one bet anyway. I know you're only joking, Johan. I thought it was funny. It's not the first time we've seen you joke on this channel. Come on, man. Ah, there's an old friend of mine, Trap Queen Man. Says, hey Dan. What's up, Trap Queen? How are you? Nice to have you with us. Still playing some of those 4-card cash games, I hope. Playing for rocks. Rocks and sods of turf. And people's arms. 1 arm, 2 arm. I hope you're keeping well, buddy. So, folks, 2 more hands before a 10-minute break. And AC Milan was just going to take that one down when he bumps it up, and he's now playing over 4.5 million. Average stack getting very close to 30 big blinds once more with 51 players remaining now. That means the pay jump has been reached, by the way. I actually slept on that a little bit. Hasn't been reached long or anything, but important nonetheless that we've gone from €995 to €1,229 now is the current payout. Yeah, sure, I could do that with your donkey. I'll wake up my mother there as well, although it's already like she's on that stuff anyway. She can't remember a goddamn thing. Maybe I'll join you someday. I'm more of a centaur than a donkey. Half man, half horse. Sardella going to raise to 175 with pocket trees. Everyone getting up to leave. Gunter in the big, going to complete the King Jack off suit. Jack 5-4 is the flop. Goes check, check. Turn is the 6 of spades. Gunter bets 250. Sardella is going to call with an open ender, although it's not great with two flush draws out there and they are having the arse end of it. River is the king of clubs, just shy of $1 million in this pot. Top two now for Gunter. Not sure what sizing he wants to take here. Doesn't want to go too small considering how many straight draws are out there, how many flush draws are out there. If I'm going to bet, I want to bet about 600k here. I think 600's a nice bet. Decides to go for 800. Yeah, he's really repping like he has a missed diamond draw, a missed straight draw, or missed backdoor spades. Gunter wins a nice pot, now playing over 2.5 million, and that brings us to the end of our first frame. We're going on a 10-minute break. I'll see you then. We'll be right back.
of Keating. He's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 nines, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Good shot, straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full, Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
you see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 68.
By Volkov. Up to 165, now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What is going... What have we walked into?
I thought
Nejad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace Queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against Ace Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace-jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially...
He might think, oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Alrighty, folks, we are back for lots more action. Still 51 players remaining here in the skill poker Masters half price day 2. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 50k. Big blind is 100k with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Luca raises to 200k here with pocket eights. Veronica defends. 976 is the flop. Luca with an open ender to go with his pair of eights. Now, this board smacking the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opener's range, but we can see it's clearly the other way around on this occasion. A lot of hands, even overpairs sometimes just want to check this back, but when the stack depth is sub 15 bigs to start the hand, give or take, I think it's fine to just bet the majority of our range. Luca does bet 130 here with pocket eights. And Veronica is going to call. Don't know if I like this call unless she's got a plan on the turn of the river. Very tricky, our Veronica. Just 11 big blinds behind though, and 8 in the pot now. She wants to start leading here and then try jam the river or something, but I guess with a backdoor straight draw and king high, she wanted to see a turn. She's seen a turn, and now Luca has to decide whether he wants to bet or check. I'll probably just check back if I'm in Luca's shoes, but Luca deciding he wants to bet a second time has shown a propensity to keep firing and bluffing, etc. Does bet 245, and now Veronica is going to be forced to let this one go and continue with 11 big blinds. We got the pocket barries, the red ones for Sardella here under the gun. Looks like a chunky enough open. Don't like going the full 3x here when we've got such a nutted hand. Just doesn't make sense, especially when we're into a full table. Just want to make it if you want to make it 225 with a little bit of cheese on top from the big blind, and so be it. 2 would be my go-to, especially when we're playing sub 20 bigs to start the hand. And Sardella pricing out all of his opponents. Not that they had that much to work with, but the sentiment remains the same. Doesn't need to be making it the full 3x there under the gun off this stack size. 48 players remaining now. Average stack just under 25 big blinds. Giant Dad is in the house. Asked, why does everyone open aces 3x and everything else 2x? I couldn't agree more with Giant Dad. Exactly what I was saying. Thank you for your comment. Lamberto is going to shove this one. It's actually a bit wide because we're unsuited here. It just depends. Under the gun +1. It's close. I would prefer to just shove the suited variety of King 10 here and let the King 10 offsuits go and shove King Jack plus. I think there's just a fear factor there. There's nothing wrong with making hands 3x. It's just when you've aces under the gun into a full table off sub 20 bigs, it's just going to play a lot better as a min raise or even 225 there instead of the full 3x is just overkill. We're going to price out a lot of the hands, etc., etc. We just see the same thing that happen time and time again. So it's not like it's something new. And as we said already, these players won't have played for this kind of money before for the majority of the players remaining, which is an unbelievable situation to find yourself in this close to Christmas. So the pressure's on. Plus, it's 1:42 at the King's Resort right now, live from Rosvedov. Players are going to be tired. Decision fatigue sets in. They all want to bag and tag and come back tomorrow. You're going to see a lot of cautious play. Milan 3-betting over the top here with jacks. Ten 6-4 is the flop. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Milan eliminates Lamberto Calina in 47th place. €46 players remaining now, and the pay jump will be looming from €1,229 to €1,475. Milan, he can put the foot on the gas here now, playing the guts of 60 bigs with 45 remaining. An awesome time of the night for him with that kind of stack. Gunter beside him here in the hijack with 9s with exactly 25 bigs. Now, Gunter could rip this, could just call. He could 3-bet. Gunter does just call. Luca comes in for the ride. King 8 off suit. Not the greatest of combos, the big. When it's unsuited, Queen 7-5 is the flop. Punter betting 250 here. Just going to get rid of his opposition. And he will take that one down, crossing the 3 million threshold. Ardella getting that one through with just 8 high. Pepe shoving for 960 in the small blind. Queen Jack of Diamonds and Leonardo going to have to be forced to let this one go. A jump of about €200, the difference between 45th and 44th place. Sebastian raises to 220 with ace-4 of hearts from the cut-off. Very wide defend here from Milan. I think it's okay if it's suited though for one big put off against big blind. Just these 2, 3, 4s as our kickers play awful when it's suited. Trying to make up for it a little bit. Sebastian is going to take that one down. Sebastian in the hijack with queen 10 off suit now, deciding whether he wants to open this one as well. He's trying to open this some of the time, but because we opened the previous hand, no need to really raise into 4 people. Just let the queen 10 off suit go. Good pass there by him. Giuseppe now in the cut-off pocket 6. He just wants to be ripping for 11 bigs here. Seppi takes down the blinds and antes and adds 250k to his stack, which is massive considering he's only playing 1.15 there before taking that down. Adding the guts of 20% to your stack just by taking down the blinds and antes crucial at this late stage. Sardella will get the job done. But I'd like to see Toscano defend there with a hand as strong as ace-5 of hearts. Misstep there from Veronica. I know she's playing sub 10 bigs to start the hand, but when we have our big blind invested and our big blind ante, yes, we can see on this occasion she would have been out-kicked. But we've got the suited wheel, and it plays really, really nice post-flop off this stack depth. We either hit or we don't. Giant Dad says floats king high with 12 bigs, floats. Folds ace-5 suit with 8. Yeah, it's a very good point again, Giant Dad. But she made a very unconventional bluff there earlier that got through as well. She had a pair of 9s on it. A dry, straighty board. Luca raised to 215. Gunter going to call on the button with ace queen off suit. Luca with pocket 8s. Veronica just wants to be letting this one go. We've seen her do this earlier and she called with 9-7 off suit. Granted, she turned her hand into a bluff that time and it worked, but looks like she wants to play this one and it's just not going to fare too well for her here because she's out of position against an under the gun +1 open and a call on the button. She just doesn't have the chips to be messing around here. Good pass there from Veronica. And we go post flop. Ace 4-4 is the flop. Gunter with the toppest of pairs. Luca is going to check it over to him. Now, if I'm betting and I'm Gunter here, because we know what Luca is capable of, I might check behind or bet really small. Does go for the check, turn is the 3 of clubs. Luca checking a second time. You can see in the top right hand corner of our screen an elimination has occurred. It means the pay jump has been reached. It means 44 players remaining now. This pot just under $1 million as we hit the river. River giving trips now to Gunter, and Luca might call another bet here because now there's 2 aces on board. Now, if I want to get paid here and I'm Gunter, doesn't need to bet too big. Although it's one of them spots you're going to get called or you're not. Bet anything up to 700k seems acceptable to me. That looks like a pot size bet. 1 million. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Luca call this one off. We know what he's capable of. Wow, really nice. Gunter playing very well at this feature table all night. Luca pays him off now. We'll be playing 7 big blinds going forward. There's a name I recognize. ECW King says, "You're doing good, Dan. You're sounding a lot better." I am doing good, Dan. Yes, to a point. I still have 2 days of the antibiotics to go, so I haven't took any today because I don't want to be drowsy. They were really kicking me hard. I have bronchitis, so took an extra day to get the doctor that I needed. So yeah, I'm grand. I'm on the mend. We're nearly there. I'd be lying if I said I had a enjoyable week. Didn't even watch a single hand of poker. Barely even turned on TV or a monitor. I listened to a load of podcasts and just lay there in the dark and took my punishment like a man. AC Milan there with 50 bigs, 25% of all the chips in play. And now we have 3 players at this feature table playing 10 big blinds and below. So this could get interesting. Bottom 4 at this table, all with reshoving stacks, need to make moves. Hugo with 23 bigs, Sebastian with 24, and then 25 big blinds and above for the top 3. Luca's going to shove for his last 7 bigs here with King 8 of hearts. How are you, ECW King? I hope you are well. So Sebastian is all in over the top of Luca. Has him dominated. And Sardella is behind with ace queen off suit. Going to be forced to let this one go. Ten 7-4 is the flop, 1 heart. Luca needing help, just 14% equity as we hit the turn. Gets really big help on the turn. River is the 9. Sit back down, Luca. We've got another name I recognize in the chat, very much so. Eddie says, hello, good morning. I just wake up. Electric Eddie. Eddie the Eagle. What's up, my G? As Johan says, better looking than good, indeed. And Eddie says, "Ass, am I good? Yeah, decent." You slept at 6 p.m. I actually, yeah, managed to get a small nap in earlier, because it was a late start with the stream. Lamb with pocket sevens here, playing over 50 bigs. Going to come in for a raise. Milan will just take down the blinds and antes. Fold all the way around to the cutoff of Hugo with King Jack off suit. Wasn't expecting to see him limp there, but he does do just that. Jack 8-7 is the flop. 4-way. And this could spell disaster here for Hugo because Sebastian has 2 pair. Hugo with top pair, Jack kicker. Or top pair, king kicker. Hugo deciding to just shove the lot. Yeah, giant dad, 2 pair here. Oh, yes, I got the jack mixed up with the king. That's what's happened. My bad. I knew something wasn't right there. Just thought the jack on the flop was a king. Sorry about that, lads. Hugo will take that one down. I'm sorry, Johan. He says, wake up, Dan. I'll try to do better next time. I'll try to do better. Try to do better next time, Johan. Johan says he watched it 3 times and did not find the second pair. Yeah, see what happened was I made the first mistake and then I thought, I was like, wait, no, that's wrong. And then I went to the other person's hand and then I read the board wrong because I was trying to mix up the cards. So yeah, if that's the worst thing I've done tonight, I think we're doing all right. I was just testing you, you know, just trying to get some entertainment. Sebastian going to show from the small there for 13 bigs and change. That's the effective stack anyway. Shoves it in, takes it down. And now Johan says a big round of applause for Action Man Dan calling the action. But it ain't finished yet, but thanks very much, Johan. Yeah, guys, it's not that complicated. I thought one guy had King 7. I thought one guy had. I thought there was a king and a 7 on the flop. It would be giving one of the players 2 pair against top pair. jack kicker. Instead, there was a jack on the board. He had top pair with a king kicker. And there was no two pair. I will always admit to my mistakes. I am a real man. I am a warrior. I did have to take my medication after midnight, so shouldn't be feeling too drowsy off them because I've only 2 days left, but oh, it was a different story on Tuesday, I tell you. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were rough. Leo all in with the blackberries from the big blind. Sebastian ripping from the button with 10-8 offsuit. What a golden opportunity here for Leo to double up to 1.67 million with 42 players remaining. Jack 10-5 is the flop. Wow! Sebastian drilling the turn with another 10, the 10 of spades, and now Leo, this is so sick for Leo. He needs help on the river or he will be eliminated. It is Quadzilla in the house. There's nothing Leo can do. Sebastian will eliminate Leo in 42nd place and now be paying 2.6 million. That was a sick hand. Daily Quad says Johan. Yes, indeed. Quadzilla. Gunter is going to min raise. Gunter accumulated chips nicely throughout this feature table tonight. Let's see how he continues. He raises under the gun with ace-8 suited. Two black ladies in the big blind for Milan. Just decides to call. I think that's the correct move here. Didn't want to bloat the pot pre and disguise the strength of his hand. Gunter flopping top pair. Now when he bets 275, this is a nice trap pre with the queens, especially when it's under the gun against the big blind. I wouldn't say no to a small check raise here. Kind of looks spicy, but because we called pre, we're going to continue to tell our story that we don't have that big of a hand. I like how this is going so far. Milan drilling the turn card for trips, not that he needed it. Now that card does complete the flush. However, Gunter is going to bet a second time. When he bets a second time here, it's designed to get value from a worse hand. And when he bets here on the turn, the majority of the time it's designed so the river can go check, check. So I really like how Gunter is playing this. You bet small to be able to check the river. So you're basically naming your price. Milan. When he calls prey and calls the flop, I don't really like raising the turn here at any capacity. Just going to eliminate a lot of hands that Gunter could continue it. Way prefer to see just a call on that turn card. Eddie prefers to raise here and take the pot. Well, Eddie, we want to give our opponent rope to keep betting. Okay, another heart comes out. We're not too thrilled, but you know we could be losing to a flush on the turn there. There's just no reason to be bloating the pot. It's like we've decided that we're going to play our hand deceptively and call prey. We call the flop. That means we just call the turn. There's no reason to change our plan there on that turn card, especially when we've got trips. And the blinds are up. Small blind is 60k, big blind is 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. And Johan says this is the last level of the day. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, players will be tired though. They'll want to be bagging and tagging. They know how close they are to coming back with the opportunity to play for €75,000, the title, and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. All taking place at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. Johan says in 50 minutes, so he will be free. We'll be free of him. We love having you here, Johan. We love you, Johan. You were gone there for a while. It's great to have you back. We've all 5 moderators out in the chat last weekend, which was fantastic to see. Unfortunately, I couldn't even say boot. He barely had a voice, but we got through it anyway, didn't we? Gunter in the small A7 offsuit. Giuseppe all in from the hijack here for just shy of 10 bigs with ace jack off suit. So Milan still the chip leader at this feature table with 51 bigs. Shortest stack now is Veronica Toscano with 4 big blinds. She has a lot of work to do. And then every other player with 30 big blinds or less. If I'm in Milan's shoes, I am just going to start pounding. Doesn't have to be ridiculously excessive, just opening as much as he can. Players will be tired. So much blinds and antes and booty up for grabs out there. No point in slowing down now with 41 players remaining. KM is in the house. What up, my mod, the Raider? How you doing? Ace Jack's just going to take that one down. Hugo is just going to rip from the button here. Prefer for him to just raise call this one off with a hand as strong as ace jack, but I get it. Last level of the night. Just wants to take down the blinds and antes and keep on trucking. Hugo will just take down the blinds and antes. Hugo, we all go. Still would just prefer to raise call that one off. It's just such a strong hand to have on the button. Just two players to get through. Veronica gets the blinds and antes. Taken down from the hijack. Veronica all in. Queen Jack off suit. 815k total. Luca on the button with pocket nines. We've got action. But it is all in and call. Just shy of 2 million in this pot. Veronica. 50% on the nose with the Queen Jack offsuit. Luca 50% on the nose with pocket nines. Big flip here for both players involved. Veronica the one at risk. 40 players remaining now. Ace, six, deuce. Luca looking good with his pocket nines so far. Turn is the four of hearts. And the river, Veronica needing a queen or a jack, or she will be eliminated. It's the 5 of diamonds. Luca will sit back down, and we lose Veronica Toscano in 40th place. Unlucky. Good game, girl. You can see she's quite disappointed. Nothing she can do there. Luca will scoop those chips, and 39 players will remain. Sebastian raising to 260k here in the cutoff. A7 offsuit. Defends with the Queen 8 offsuit, and the flop is Queen 7-4. Top pair for Gunter, second pair for Sebastian. If I'm Sebastian here, just going to check my option the majority of the time. This is fine though. Sebastian is just going to bet 120, and now Gunter is deciding whether he wants to just call or raise. I think we just want to call. Sebastian bets 300k here on the turn. See, if we check the flop, I don't mind betting here. Betting twice is fine if we're betting twice to just check back on the river. But when we're this close to the end of the day, I just want to pot control on the flop and maybe even the turn, and then it's just a one street game. Decide what we want to do on the river. Betting twice here is fine. It's just going to be hard to get two streets against a worse hand. Maybe, see, we do have an ace with our 7, so we can get additional value from worse 7s. But anytime we've got a queen, our opponent has a queen, we're in trouble. So no, there is no reason for Sebastian to bet here unless he's trying to get a queen to fold for some bizarre reason. Stack to pot ratio about 1-to-1 here. Sebastian lets it go. Sardella is going to raise to 250 here under the gun. King Queen off suit. 15 bigs behind. Queen 7 deuce is the flop. Hugo with the defend pre. Ace deuce off suit. 250 is the bet from Sardella. Hugo is going to call. We'll check in the dark as we hit the turn. Turn is the 8 of clubs. And Sardella just wants to bet again. That would set up a river jam. Something like $500,000 sounds good to me. Goes for $500,000. Hold on. Hugo leading. $500K is the bet, unless there's something wrong with the graphics here. So it's the other way around. The graphics are incorrect. Thought I was going crazy there for a moment. Makes a lot of sense. Hugo had checked in the dark. Sardella basically bet in the dark for $500,000 there. And Hugo lets it go. Sebastian raises to 250 with ace 10 of spades. 11 big blinds behind. Sardella is going to call in the big with the jack 9 off. Suit flop is king 5-5. Turn is the jack of diamonds. 680 in the pot. River is the deuce of diamonds, and Sardella is going to check, hoping to get to showdown with the best of it. Sebastian just going to check behind, and Sardella will win that pot and now be playing over 3 million. So folks, after the next hand, we will draw for how many more hands we will play tonight. Big thanks to all the moderators that tuned in throughout tonight as well. So much support from them lately. Love it. Be sure to check us out on all the usual social media platforms. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on Twitch, YouTube. We've got some great new content on there. And AC Milan in the hijack, King 10 suited. Of course, we want to be opening this one. Just make it 250. Sardella is going to call from the small blind with 7-6 of spades. Luca looks like he wants to see a flop here with the 6-3 offsuit. Not the biggest fan of this, but hey, it's going to be the last few hands of the night. We know he's mad for a flop all night, so he gets another one. It's Jack A5. Open ender for Sardella. Does check his option. No, it looks like he is going to lead. Thought he checked there, but it doesn't seem to be a check. Oh, he did check. He checked and then he's counting. I don't know. It was a weird one. So it goes check, check, and now Milan just wants to take this one down with a small bet. Doesn't even need to make it too big. Could check as well with the backdoor spades, backdoor straight draw. That's one of the cards that helps him, the Queen of Hearts. Doesn't want to get check raised, I suppose. I get it. Now he just wants to bet. Once it's gone check, check to him twice. You can bet something like 350, 375, something like that. $3.85 is the bet. And Sardella just wants to be folding his open ender now. There's just too many bad rivers. That's not a fold though, is it? It's a call. This pot now 1.6 million as we hit the river. And someone in the chat asked for a 9 on the river. Johan did. Well, wow. Holy moly. The 9 of diamonds popping off to say hello. And now Sardella is going to lose all of his chips, I'd say. How does he get away from this if it gets raised? Looks like he's going for a lead. $6.50, and Milan's just going to stick him in after a minute or two. Pretend like he's got more of a decision than he does. And I don't see how Gianluca Sardella is going to get away from this. Milan is going to move all in. Now, see, the thing is, I don't think Milan does this unless he has a straight. And if he has a straight, he has Sardella's straight beat. But I don't know if Sardella has come this far to call that turn, to hit that river, to fold. But when he leads into his opponent and gets shoved on. He should just be folding. He can't beat anything really. Decides to call it off. Pot too big, and he has been eliminated. That means we are going to draw for how many hands left to play tonight, with 34 players remaining now. Current payout is €1,735 at the moment. KM says what I was saying as well. Yeah, you can't call a term because you're only drawn to the arse end of it. The arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. Okay, so we are going to play 3 more hands. 3 is the magic number, folks. Remember, this is the Skill Poker Master half price day 2. The final day will commence at 2:30. Yes, that's correct. 2:30 Central European Time, where we will crown yet another champion. Live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. Three more hands. Milan now with 80 bigs. KM says this event was nice, to be honest. We'll probably play it again next time. Yeah, this actually has been a really fun night of poker. It was a late start, but there was a lot of action. Really enjoyed it. Getting back into the swing of things. We've only one more day of medication, then I'm free. I'll be getting back training at some point this week as well. Looking forward to a nice sleep now once we finish this up, and hopefully have a good, decent amount of energy tomorrow. Be fighting fit. Gunter raising to 300k with ace queen off suit. And I don't know if that's correct, but it looks like Luca is re-jamming with 8-7 of clubs. This is sick because Gunter is going to have to call this off, surely. Especially against Luca. Luca is going to have 30% equity to beat ace queen. It's just going to be too good of a spot for Gunter, surely. The problem is, it's one of the last hands of the night. And he's got a significant edge on the field from what we've seen tonight anyway. He's played really well. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him edge pass here. It's just against Luca, I think ace queen offsuit is just going to be too good. Gunter does call. And he will hate to see that. Luca has 30% equity here with the 8-7 of clubs. This is one of the biggest pots we've seen in the night, actually. 4.6 million out there. Big moment here for both players involved. It's good so far. Gunter going to have a big, sexy stack here of close to 7 million. If he can avoid an upset on the river, and he does do just that. Luca has been eliminated. Gunter will scoop a huge pot, and we have 2 hands remaining. Wow, AC Milan playing close to 10 million. 2 hands remaining. Ace Queen of Hearts. Obviously going to come in for a raise. Takes down the blinds and antes, and that brings us to our last hand of the night. Again, I'm sure you all heard me say it a few minutes ago, but anyone new might have joined. 2:30 Central European Time tomorrow, where we will have the final day of this epic event. Over 75 grand for the winner. Johan says, Dan, thanks. See you next time. Thank you, Johan. Thank you for your help. Might see you tomorrow. Might not. Who knows? You take care. Stanislav from the hijack is going to min raise. And Hugo is just going to call from the cutoff. 9-8-7 is the flop. And Hugo, I don't understand. I know he knew that this is probably the last hand of the night. You still want to be rejamming this one, pre. Sorry, that didn't get enough attention. Just doesn't make sense. I mean, he might have saved himself his tournament here. This is a horrible flop for the ace-king. Still, there is no reason for him not to rejam that one, pre. Just forced to let this one go, I think. Nothing he can do on the 9-8-7. Done this to himself. And he does pitch it. Okay, folks, that is going to do it. They're all going to bag and tag. We're going to come back with 33 players tomorrow, 2:30 Central European time. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Find us on all the usual social media platforms. I'm going to get a nice rest. Hopefully get a good amount of hours of sleep and be fighting fit. Be eating healthy in the morning. Steak and eggs. Bye. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
On the bags, name, chip count, and signature. Okay? We don't need your country, we don't need the date, we don't need any other information. Sorry? Sorry? What did you say? I don't know if you're serious or maybe you don't. But name, chip count, and signature only on the back.